Alright. Alright, hello everybody. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello everybody. This is Invasion. Decided to switch it out today. Did I switch it over to the 10? Alright. I'm not sure if I did or did not. Because it's not popping up just yet. So let me just do that. Okay. Still. Okay. Well, I have this here. Alright, so right now I plan on streaming like myself, just make a whole bunch of cryptids and stuff. I don't expect to make too many. But like the squonk animation, as you guys have seen, that's an example of like a recreation of a cryptid that I made, which is the squonk. Just making it and putting like my own spin to it. It's not much, but it's what I like to do. And I actually recorded a video on this a long time ago, and I still need to edit it and just put it together. And I think that would be great. So yeah, I'm just gonna go and do a 10 real quick and be right back. Alright, I am back. Sup Hip, sup Ape Green, welcome to the stream both of you. My day's going great so far. Like I'm not in any pain whatsoever, so that is awesome. And so right now I'm going to start making some cryptids. Now cryptids are like mythical creatures in a way, but they aren't really quite as magical. So that's what I'm going to be making here. So right now, I actually reused my comic page layout, as you can see. I deleted a whole bunch of the layers because I'm not gonna need them, but I kept the comic page layer so I can like separate them. So I'm gonna do like separate ones. Now, I don't think I ever drew it before, but I want to make like a different tin here. Like I want to make the idea that I have for like a dragon, and the dragon and like the Loch Ness monster being like biologically related in a way. So that's what I'm gonna try and do here. So I think I want it to be more dragon-like. So I'm going to first things first do this. And what's this line gonna be? A back? A head? It's gonna be a head. So I'm just gonna do something kind of like this. Shall I give it a lip? Sure, why not? Alright, so just do something kind of like that. Do that. Now, this creature is gonna have 6 arms. It's not gonna be like a wyvern or anything. So it's gonna have like its normal, relatively normal amount of arms. If this thing were to exist in reality, it would only have 4 arms, but we're gonna have it be 6, and it's just like another dimensional creature. Alright, so I'm having it, making it have like real sharp teeth that's pointed inward, so its prey can't really escape it. This is how like a lot of predator animals look. So what this one I plan on it being is basically going to be a male. Now with this species, the male is going to actively be searching for food while bringing it to the female, because the females are the ones that are like bigger, so they're actually stuck on land, or in this case the water. So let's do something kind of like this. Now I don't know if I want to like make all of it the same brush size. Most likely I will. So let's just do something kind of like that. Alright, so let's have it go kind of like this. And I was going to make it like have nice lizard-like eyes, but I'm actually going to change it out just a little bit. So I'm just going to do it kind of like this and kind of like that. It's still lizard-like, but it's much wider, so it simulates more like an owl. And what I'm going to also do is, I think I'm going to like make it have like a similar blue color scheme as the other one. But I want right here to be a nice little dark right here. You know what? I should just do this in the layer above. So let's just copy this and delete it. Just put it one layer above. Because I was going to put it in the same one. I don't think it would work that way. Because I was going to have the background, but hey, this would be a great like reference photo for later. So I'm actually going to go ahead, put this, and make this part real light. So this is kind of sky, kind of ocean colored. So let's just do it kind of like that. And then go back to here. In fact, I may as well rename this. So I can just put a background. Just name this Cryptid. Alright, so that's good there. Let's make this guy have horns. And so let's have like nostrils going for him too. Alright, so let's actually have another, I don't want to say like another, but like have more of the mount going like so. His mount goes here, so let's just have it go to about here. Right, a little lower. little lower. Then I could just have like, let's go down to 2. Just have the teeth go down to here. Right, so that's good. Let's go to... Actually, no, not yet. Let's add like a slight curve to it right down here. I'm not going to make it too complex for the animation, but here I am going to just go ahead and make it complex. So let's just do it here and there too. And then last but not least right there. Don't know why I said last but not least, but yeah, it's not supposed to be right there. So let's put this here, and this right there. And then I'm actually going to add some gums to it. Regular animation, it is not going to have all of that. The gums, they are going to provide like a nice little tin here. Alright, so that's good. Hopefully I remember its gums by the time I get around to coloring it. So let's just do that there. Let's undo that and go back to tools. Alright, so now that that is there, alright, so let's actually make it have horns so that it could fight like other males. So let's have it have horns kind of like this. I also wanted to like have the goal where humans wouldn't really spot it or anything like that. Suppose they can just think that it's just a bird or something, but you know what, the humans in this universe, they're going to be pretty stupid, so I think I'll just consider it that, and they would just think that it's a bird. Alright, so I'm gonna have that going there, this going here. Alright, so that's good. I may add like more colors to that later, but for now that's fine. Let's do this here. Alright, so let's add a nice and proper neck to it. Give like a slight hump for the wings and do that. Alright, so let's have the ones go kind of like this. Now wings are basically like hands, so if you just like wave at someone, you're basically doing the same thing a bat or a bird would do. So I think I'm going to give this one just 4 digits. Bats, they usually have around that much, and then their extra finger, quote unquote, would like just go at the tips. which is like right there at the top. But yeah, I don't feel like doing that with 4, so we're just gonna do it kind of like there. So let's just do something like this. Something like that. Could you guys like imagine frogs becoming like this way? Like frogs, they have like webbed fingers, and then they just eventually keep on expanding. They actually do have some gliding frogs, so who knows, maybe one day after many years they can actually do that too, just fly straight up. That'd be interesting to see, but it would need to be like some kind of mass casualty event. But yeah, so but yeah, whatever YouTube did, they actually fixed it, because now I'm back to the normal amount of views. But I wouldn't really consider it a fix, because after that they screwed over the system again, making it harder to be monetized, which is unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. Alright, so got this here. Yeah, I'll just do this here too. And just make this kind of like a claw in a way. This guy's just gonna have 4 fingers. That's it. Alright, so it's gonna have the nails there. Let's actually change that to 2. Actually, I don't want it that way. What place was it that says have it your way? I think it was Subway. What Subway's prices, they better have it your way. Alright, so got that there. Let's just see how it looks, because this is already not feeling quite right. But let's just keep it going. Maybe it will work out. Not quite. Actually, I think I need to... What I need to do is, let's go back to tree. Draw out the rest of this right here, because this needs to be there. Alright, so... Now let's go to tools, and I could probably do this here. So let's do that there, and then I want this one to be this side here. Yeah, I guess that's big enough, so let's just do this here, this here. And let's up the music a bit. This one is named from Paolo. It's a cover of Outer Wilds River Suite. Just so you guys know. Alright, so Right now I'm doing the winds to like have kind of like an interesting motion. I don't really do the look to them quite often, but I figured let's try it out here, because why not? Alright, so we have that there. Alright, so I think I should probably bring this one in a bit closer. Make it slightly smaller. Let's actually tilt it this way just a bit. Alright, so that should be good. Alright, well, that's an interesting way of doing it. So, let's keep it going. Yeah, it's relatively difficult to draw the winds and stuff. Actually, let me do this, because this did not go in quite the right spot for the other side. Let's go back to trees. I would erase it much better, much easier. Alright, that. Alright, that's better. I was thinking about like having these dragons be capable of controlling lightning. I think that would be kind of crazy. I like how I made those hands right there. Right, so that's good. was thinking about like having it have different toes, so like the front ones grab it, but the other ones go it in a different direction. But I think I'm gonna have it have similar, but like different enough. So let's put that there. Let's actually fix this because it's going to be an issue. I wonder if I should have them have like somewhat kind of webbed feet, because the way I made these guys look, it should ideally look kind of like aerodynamic and stuff. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Alright, so let's add that, and perhaps we can add like a slight scale to it. Not scale, but like a fin in a way. Alright, so now let's just go ahead and add a slight texture to it. For now, I'll just add this here because I want the texture to be different. So let's just do that right there for now. And just for the sake of ease, I'm going to have the texture be different here too. So let's just block off these parts. Alright, so it's actually an easier way to do this. So let's just go up to here. I wonder if I want it like to have scales or just be sleek. There are plenty of aquatic scaly creatures, so let's just go ahead and have it be scaly. Alright, so let's do that. And so let's actually just go here. Layer 4 is just a fine name for it. Alright, so that's good. Alright, so I don't think I did this correctly, but I'm just gonna go with it. So let's go down to tools. I could just connect all of these, so let's actually just make it in a box. Actually, let's delete that. What I'm going for, but not quite exactly. So let's just do that so that I can have a straight line going where I want it to go. And likewise with here too, just about. And so this is like a easier way of doing this that I found now. So let's just do something kind of like that. Kind of like that. Just keep it going, kind of like so. This is like a nice, simple little texture. Alright, so just gonna have it go kind of like this. And that should connect up to the other side just fine. So let's just have the other side go kind of like this. I ought to make this into an actual texture so that I can like use it later, because I make it every time. I don't know why I do that, but I just do. So just gonna do that like so. In fact, I'm just going to like get rid of that top one there. But anyways, let's go to tree. This here, this here. But yeah, I just really felt like doing this, so that's why I'm doing this, like, instead of animating this time. Alright, so. Alright, I wonder if I can, like, focus, like, get it so that the texture kind of lines up there. Alright, so it's kind of like that and like that. Wouldn't really work out. Alright, so just gonna get rid of this one, fill it in and see how that looked. So eraser. Let's go back to tools, and I'm just gonna fill in these points at least. So that's good there. Gonna save that there. Just in the off chance that it does work out well. And so let's just put this here. Just gonna do this so it doesn't connect too much. Actually, nah, let's let it be. Alright, so let's just do that. Copy, and get rid of. And so let's go back down to here. Select these. Along with the extras. And we're gonna go down to fill clipboard. Have that. Yeah, that's a pretty good look to it. Alright, let's see about mirrored. No mirrored. Let's try it with horizontal stuff. Alright. Strangely enough, I kind of like the vertical one the best, so I'm just gonna do that one. And I'm going to actually lessen the scale value just a tad. So 0.7 should do the trick. I did it on the wrong layer. Alright. So let's go up here. I wanted to do it on this layer so that I can just repeat that. Perfect. That way I can just color it down there and it would be just fine. Alright, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can be connected, like something like that, but I think this texture is just fine. Alright, so let's just do that. Feels like a little too much. Let's actually lower the opacity for this one. Alright, so that should do it. Okay, so let's do that, and I forgot to have the scales go here too. But that's just fine. Let's just gonna take this right here. Just that little sample. Should do just fine. Let's go here. Select. Boy. Alright. It's a little bit smaller, but that works. So, I'm just gonna do that here, and that's perfect. Alright, let's see. My microphone is acting up, so I don't know if I'm being heard right now. Alright, so am I? Let's see, testing. Alright, I am, so good. Alright, so got this going right here. Let's get rid of the selections. Let's go back down to Cryptids and color this baby. Alright, so yeah, the sky is gonna be blue, so let's just go ahead and color him a similar color. So let's make him a little bit wider on the underbelly. So it should look kind of like this. Oh no. So okay. So let's just go ahead and go here. Alright, so it's easier to color. Let's just get rid of that layer for right now. Erase this because I don't know when that happened. And that should be good. So that's good. Okay, so the texture should be different, so I'm actually going to erase these parts here. And so now the colors will come back again in these parts. Alright, so we're gonna get rid of that barrier right there. Alright, and just do that right there too. And it's good. Alright, so let's go ahead, go with that. Now the ground is usually green, and what it's on is usually green too. So let's go ahead and have the scales be kind of greenish. I want it to be kind of greenish, kind of blue. So let's just do something like this. We could kind of like that, and have that in between function right there. Yeah, that's a good color for it. Alright, so that's good. Let's add the texture on top and see how that's looking. It's looking pretty nice. And I want the colors to be a little bit different for the feet. So let's actually keep that going right there. And let's make it just slightly lighter here. Just to do something kind of like this. And just follow the lines of the patterns ever so slightly. It's not going to have anywhere near as many scales when I animate this guy, but this is just like a fun little project to do. Now I kind of like those colors more than these ones up here. Alright, let's just circle back to that. Excuse me. And so that looks good like that. Okay. Yeah, the contrast is a bit too much there. So yeah, I'm gonna change out the colors there. So let me see how that would look. Actually, this works too. So it's just gonna have it kind of like that. Let's just have some spots line with it. Alright, let's add the gums to it. But yeah, I'll probably add this in when I make the auditing fully. Not sure if I want it to be like the same color as the teeth. Should have done that before adding the lines. Nope, that color is just fine. Alright, so let's just do that and go ahead and put these here. Don't feel like changing the texture of that color. So I'm just gonna put that there and that's fine. Let's also add a bit more proper color right here. So now I have made a dragon, basically, which looks pretty nice. I made lots of dragons before, but I like this one the most. And ironically, the thing that I like the best about it is the hands. Wow, feet, I should say. Right, so this dragon is basically a male. Now the female dragons are like 3 times bigger or so, much like an insect or some other creatures. And like that's basically how that would look. So now let's try and draw the female dragon. Alright, so that's good like that. Let's go down here to draw the female dragon. Now the female ones, they're going to be living in the water. So let's try that out. Oh, let's put this back to black. Paintbrush. So I want it to be kind of similar to Nessie in a way. So I'm going to have, I don't know why I made the head that tiny. So let's just go ahead, go something kind of like this. I'm gonna have it be at slightly an angle since it's Nessie. And so let's do that. And this here. And so this is going to be like another predator species in a way. Because she hunts her own food too. And so I was just gonna add something kind of like this. And that way it just works better. Right. Yeah, in this tin there's also going to be sirens and the cryptic adventures of Chloe and Caleb. So, these sirens, they're basically going to be like living down there too, and I assume they're going to be hunted by these guys primarily. Wanted to have like, so it's kind of like the side of the head, but not really. So it's kind of like front facing. Because this one, his is front facing too, but I drew it in exactly a half angle. Just about. So this is basically going to be a creature that displays sexual dimorphism, which is when the male and the females look different. So like these ones, they're going to be like aquatic fully, while the males are semi-aquatic. Now, much like frilled lizards, or Jesus lizards as they call them, have horns, I was gonna make these ones not have horns, but I feel like little horns could be interesting. Ooh, that was unfortunate. Because Nessie usually has these little horns right here, so I'm just gonna have these little parts here. Alright. And so let's actually draw the teeth. Actually, let's color the teeth first. Now the female one, she's gonna have like more of a color tint that would match the aquatic environment that she resides in. So it's basically relying on camouflage so that the prey doesn't see them, or the predator or anything like that. Alright, so let's just have this. Right, so now that this one is underwater, let's have this one have. And that could work. Right, so let's do that there. And this here. Right, let's actually move her up a little bit. No invasion animation, fellow video animator here. Jamaican flag, and I think that's the British flag. But hey, what's up, Wade? And welcome to the stream. And now I'm making a whole bunch of cryptids. And like, actually, after I finish, was that screaming? Oh, whatever that was. Hopefully that's fine. But anyways, let's go ahead and put this here. Alright, but yeah, as I was saying, basically making this now. Basically making a female version of the dragon right now. It's coming on while creating my mutant fighter project. That's awesome. I like it. I like it like when folks like join and like also like doing other creative and pursuits like while listening to me. That's just real nice. I like it. It's a Canadian flag, but it does look British. Oh, that's neat. So what I'm thinking is the wings here could kind of look similar to dorsal fins in a way. I don't want it to like mess up like the body plan a bit, so I'm going to just have it be kind of here, but like it starts here. Now, flippers, they do have a certain look to them. I can't remember like exactly how they look, but like let me see. That's something that I can just look up real quick. Because flippers, they do have bone. Wow, what a useless thing to search. I search flipper and just movies are popping up. Oh well. Back to guesstimating. So that is just some BS right there. I remember one time looking up for like what is something. I think it was love. And then the song just kept popping up, what is love? And that's just annoying. Alright, so let's just do something kind of like that. And the flippers can be like much thicker here. Alright, so let's just do something kind of like this. You could just have the legs, just have like a slightly outstretched legs, just a bit. Because I want them to be kind of fat from being in the ocean. Even though I made these roughly the same size, they're actually a lot bigger. In fact, I was actually thinking about making the neck a tad longer, but I'm just gonna go with this. So, gonna have that, do that, and then just have the hands be kind of like so. Just gonna have it be elongated, just a tad to help them get around a bit better in the underneath. Don't know why I said ocean like that. Don't know why I said lake like that. But yeah, these guys are going to primarily reside in lakes and oceans. Could have just erased it, but that's fine there. Right, so I think that should be pretty good for like there. Let's add a little bit here, and a little bit here too. Here we go. Cut. All right. Yeah, seeing that, it makes that like wing appendage look quite ridiculous. So I think I'm gonna change that out. I'm just gonna change that out. Need a bit of water. First things first, let's go ahead and do this. But I wouldn't really need hind legs, so... Because I don't think otters have hind legs. By hind legs, I mean the ones where they have like multiple ligaments and stuff. So let's just do them with a nice simple one. Actually, I have an idea for a leg. Just going to draw it a bit off of the designated area. So I'm just gonna have it go kind of like this, and then like this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think that could work. All right, so Alright, let's go to here and here. So let's go to like that. And I think that would look much more cooler and like animal, river, water like. Right, so yeah, I like that leg a whole bunch. Right, since these guys are like aquatic too, I'll just go ahead and I'll probably add just a slight web to them. Let's just put it on 2, brush size 2. Just add it here. Because from the ocean they start, and from the ocean they return. Alright, so let's just do that. Alright, so let's have that here. That isn't even an opening, but yet still considers it, this program does. Alright, so got that there, this here. That's a cool dragon. My digital animations, my mutant fighter. Yeah, trying to draw a giant dragon statue. Alright. That sounds pretty cool. Alright, oh, I have one more foot to do for this male dragon. But yeah, this is like basically plotting out for my animated series. Because this guy, if I do decide to do the entire thing, for now I'm just doing the pilot. I plotted out the entire series though, so if I do get a whole like bunch of funding somehow, then I'll just go ahead and make all of it. But I doubt that will happen. But maybe I could just make it into a comic if I don't get like a lot of funding where I could pay animators and stuff for it. Alright, so but yeah, that's good like that. And I like how the fins look here. So I'm actually going to redo these fins just a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this to tree. And I'm going to just edit the hands so they're a little bit bigger. This one's gonna be even longer. And this one's now going to be the longest. On top of Roman Colosseum where the gladiators, barbarian, and muscular mythological creatures fighting. It's very challenging. Yeah, I agree. It is a lot. Yeah, I really enjoy world building, but like it is quite a difficult endeavor, especially like when you're planning all of the stuff out. It's just crazy. But it's like just so fun to do. For me, I'm trying to like figure out how I can weave it into the story so that like a lot of the audience can still see all of the world building that I did. Because, like, sometimes, like, for example, I was world building and I was trying to determine, like, all the wars and stuff that happened in the story that I'm making. And it just didn't really make sense to, like, go that in depth into it, because there's not really going to be, like, anything covering the wars. And the war isn't what ended the world. This is going to be, like, set in the post-apocalypse, basically. But, like, everyone is dead except for 2 people. And the last 2 people are just surviving against monsters. And that's the cryptic adventures of Chloe and Caleb in a nutshell. Surviving against monsters, documenting them, and the monsters, they didn't just show up. Monsters were always there, just folks never noticed them. Too busy in their own technological lives to notice. The people that did were called conspiracy theorists. Crazy, completely insane. But they were not. And now that everyone's dead, these people, these last 2, Chloe and Caleb, they're finding out the hard way. Actually, Chloe is. Caleb, he himself is a conspiracy theorist. So, he actually had a vague understanding of what's going on. So it's not really quite as... It's really just different than how he envisioned. Alright, so, that's good there. Let's go ahead and add these long legs here. Long fingers, I should say. Alright, so let's just do something like that. And just have something kind of like this. Alright, so that's good. Let's just bring this one up slightly and connect it there. Alright, let's put that to 4. I was gonna put it to 5, but I feel like that would have been a little bit too big. So let's just put this here, here, and here. Alright, so that's good there. And erase. Erase a little bit more here. Go back down to tray. Place this here. I may as well take in those lines because they just don't act right sometimes. Alright, so I think that's looking much better. Let's add the fins to them. Oh no. Okay. Alright, that's better. I'm not hearing any music. Okay, there we go. So that's looking good. Alright, let me see if I can just bring them up a little bit. So let's just do that. Alright, so you go a little bit up. And I suppose I could just make the dragon a little bit... dang it. Okay. Alright, so let's just go to backgrounds and bring that up a bit. Actually, no. I need to go to layer 4. What I should have done, I should have just put it in there too. Like fuse the layers. Right, that's about what it was at. More or less. Alright, that's good. But yeah, I could shrink that down just a tad. But nah. Alright, so let's actually get rid of that. Now, they're both the same species, so this one's gonna have 6 limbs too, which is 2 arms, 4 legs and 2 wings. But this one's going to be a little different. And so let's do it kind of like this. So it's kind of like bat wings in a way, but like kind of more interesting. Not more, but like real interesting to me. So let's just do that and then this. Alright, so that's good. Let's add some claws. Now, since this is an aquatic creature, they're gonna be focused more on their mouth. So like while this one can unhinge, well, just hinge their jaws just a little bit, this one can like just open it real wide. Alright, so let's go ahead and okay. Alright, now it's good. So let's just do that. Let's add a nice little tail going on here. Let's have tail go kind of like this. So we have that going here. Now let's just go ahead and add some proper wings to it. These wings are thinner, so it's just gonna have these ones be just about as thick as the legs too. So like, even though they are look different, it should be able to tell that it's a similar species, the same species. I don't like how that one looks. Something about that just not moving correctly. Alright, so alright. It's just not connecting at the right spots. It's not doing it right. Alright, so let's just X that out. So I think these work better with like long spindly parts, because that looks interesting, but it's not working quite right, not to my how I want it to be. Since I don't plan on making them that much bigger, I'm going to just take this one and just expand it a bit, because I'm not really going to have every species be sexually dimorphic, so I can afford to just move this one down a tad, give it a little bit more room to breed. Alright, there we go. Oh, that's good like that. Let's just get rid of this whole tin right here. Because I don't really want this one to be able to fly. And for her, like, her wings are used like for navigation, but if she's like carrying eggs, she could just use that to like hold them sometimes, so they don't get hunted by anything. Alright, so that one had its struts out. This one's also going to have its struts too. Alright, so that's good there. Right, so that's good like that. And so that's good. Oh shoot. Okay. Right, so that's those wings are completely shorter than the body, but that's kind of what I'm looking for, so that's good. And okay. Like, isn't that just basically connected to you? This really ought to be connected. Alright, so let's just do that. Let's do this. Let's just look over the entire thing. This one could be an issue. Let's add tips to this too. The tips are basically just cool factor. Alright, so that's good. Could also make it so that since it's also aquatic, it could see a little better in the dark. I don't know. So let me just see how that would look. I think I would still prefer it to just be those little slits. Okay, so I figured I ought to move that down to there, because if I kept it the way it was, I feel like it would have been bad. So let's just do this here, that here, and just erase this part here. Because it looks like he just has his wings the other way, but at least with this way, it's somewhat tilted a little bit. Alright, so I'm gonna take the color of this one, but like add more blue to it. Make it kind of like this. Right now, it's already seeming a bit too big. I mean, a bit too blue. I think I want to darken it just a tad. Because like with lizards, the female ones, they tend to be like way less colorful than the males. Alright, somehow there's an opening somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. But I like this blue much more. Alright, so let's see, where could the opening even be? Only place I could think is right here, but I'm not seeing it here. Alright, let's just color it in once more. It's even in these spots too. So yeah, I don't know what it could be, so could fill in that at least. And there's some kind of opening here that I am completely missing. This is also going here too. Tolerance is probably just too high. Alright, 41, that's good. And to make it more obvious that this is like a fin, let's just do this. So that's good. The Elmo over was crazy. Thank you. I had a lot of fun making that back in the day. I made 2 different Elmo ones actually. There was one where he like ran over Zoe, and then there was another one where he used Rocco to beat her up. But yeah, those are some neat animations. I'm glad I'm finally like getting back into animating. I'm just taking a break from it right now to draw this. And the underneath was blue, but I think I'm going to change that a little bit for this one. Just change it to like around this color. It's different, but I like it. And I think this should ideally change it out a bit. Like, so I think folks would know that this one is more aquatic than this one. Just need to like add more of the scales to it, but more or less it's the same. So that's good like that. This little point was left over. I forgot to add the claws to this part. Alright. Oh, and I'm also working on a drawing. There's like some fan art of Sliders. Sliders is a nice little show about interdimensional travel. Think about it like Rick and Morty, but like better. Like Rick and Morty is a cartoon, and like that's the only thing that's like better about it than Sliders. Sliders, like, it deals with like more complex subjects, while Rick and Morty is just that. But like, I don't know why it was a thing where you need apparently a high IQ to watch Rick and Morty. I always find that to be BS, especially when that guy went on top of that McDonald's counter and said they want their Szechuan sauce and their pickle Rick, and started screeching like a pig. That was just ridiculous. But yeah, that was a 10 for that. But Sliders, now that one, You don't really need to be smart to watch that one, but it just feels like more of a smart show. Just got everything going for that, dealing with all kinds of neat subject matters. It's just wonderful. Alright, so let me alright, so let's just grab some scales here. Let's go to layer 4. And I think I'm going to let the scales be even less pronounced here. Alright, so let's do that. It's fun. I finished my first animated film, Cricket, metal punk rock cartoon. I wish I could finish up my second project. On player stick for your Kung Fu movie, but tech issues. Yeah, I get that. On occasion, OpenTunes crashes, and usually it's fine, but on occasion when it crashes, you lose a decent chunk of the project, which is annoying. So I've been saving them in different places in hopes that that would be good. And I don't want that to go it all over right there. Alright, so clearly it's just gonna be doing that, so let's just do this and that and that. I don't really want the winds to be that way too. Actually, I do. Why does it keep switching them? Alright. So that's good. Let's go here. Let's just repeat this. Alright, these scales are fine as heck, but that's fine. Rick and Morty almost reminds me of the Brack Show and Space Ghost. Coast to Coast on Adult Swim. Yeah, I vaguely remember Space Ghost, but it's been years since I've seen it. But yeah, I think that this one's done. Now, folks should be able to tell that this one is at least a similar species, but the one at the bottom is a female dragon, the one at the top is a male dragon. Now, there used to be more colorful dragons. Those all got hunted out by the humans and then they fell into myth, into legend. Now only these like less colorful ones and like more like finicky dragons are alive. And since the humans caused the apocalypse, these guys are free to roam as they once were. Alright, so let's actually get this to show that like this is also a fin. So let's just do this here. It's not much, but it's a 10. Alright, just a fin right there at the tail. Alright, so that is great. I like how this looks. Alright, so what's next? What did I want to do next? I remember drawing the Mothman on stream a long time ago. Probably when I first conceptually thought of the idea of cryptic adventures. So I'm gonna do that again here. So let's go down to here. Let's actually, for the Mothman, I was gonna put it in darkness, but let's not do that. And it went there. Alright, that's unfortunate. Alright, so let's just do it in this kind of like a nighttime looking thing here. You know what? all of that's connected. So don't know what's going on with that, but good enough. Whatever. Alright, so let's just put that here. Let me just see. Alright, it's different on each one, so that's whatever. Alright, so let's do what the Mothman. So first things first, it has glowing eyes. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, so we're good here. Yeah, the Mothman has glowing red eyes for some reason. So let's just do something kind of like this. Basically like doing it all from memory, by the way. But in this world, it's gonna be somewhat of like an agent of chaos. Folks, it's gonna like show up to like events like, excuse me. It just senses when they're about to be bad and it just goes there. And so let's just do something kind of like that. Yeah, I like that antenna a little more. Alright, so let's change this to, I want the other color. Oh my gosh. Whatever, that's fine. So let's just do this. Alright, that's good like that. Just like this. Let's darken it. And change that to tools and just do something kind of like this. And the Mothman is like not related to the fairies at all. So that's just how this guy looks. And so that's good like that. Alright, so I was thinking let's actually have it have like Zim's eyes, so let's just color that in real quick. The eyes, they are supposed to be glowing, but I think that's fine right now. Alright, so you could have it glowing where they are like constantly surrounded by creatures attracted to the light, and then they just eat it. Alright, so just gonna have like a nice amount of fur going about. Just something like that. Just a bit of fuzz. And like these guys, just before the end of the world happened, a whole bunch of them just surrounded and revealed themselves to the humans. Now these guys aren't intelligent, despite how they look. They just feed off of like chaos and insects. Now the stuff, it makes them like extremely buff for some reason. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm just going to have them be kind of like, actually, I'm gonna have one of them be normal and the other one be like hyper skinny. Just see which one I like more. So the first one is the one that's like somewhat normal. I so like that's the normal one. Let's just try it with the hyper skinny one. Right, I wonder, like, which one would you guys find more spooky? Like a giant bug man that's like kind of like in human proportion, or one that's like have all kinds of like these long spindly legs? Because I think the long spindly legs would be more creepy. So I'm not going to get rid of this guy just yet. Just gonna move him over to the side. Alright, so don't know why I keep adding six limbs to stuff. But yeah, and I think in a really old stream, I'm not certain though, probably got deleted. But anyway, I think I made a Mothman on that stream too. And I made it like buff and everything. If it was a spider with 8 eyes and 6 legs, that would be very creepy, like the woman from Rickett City over. Yeah, it would be. It kind of reminds me a bit of an episode of Gravity Falls, where Stan fell in love with a scamming lady, and the scamming lady was a spider woman. That was interesting. So that's good. Let's connect that. Oh, let's add some additional patterns to it. With moths, they have these beautiful wind patterns. Alright, so the Mont Man was relatively quick to draw. Yeah, I think he can use some kind of refining, but I just don't know what can be added, what can be subtracted. I could probably subtract a couple arms, I'll tell you that much, but just like look at the descriptions of them a bit more. Yeah, so let me just see how that would look with just these two legs. I think it's better with these legs here. Right, so I think that's good. Let's just do that. It's more of an opportunity to show furriness here. Alright, so that's good. So I think that looks good. The Mothman is like 6 feet tall, so just imagine like a ginormous bug praying mantis looking thing that could fly with glowing red eyes, and that would basically be it. I don't know if I should start animating now or what, but I just need to think of what I can draw next. I think maybe I could draw like Bigfoot or something. I already drew Bigfoot the first time, but excuse me, maybe I could do it a little bit more justice. Four, five, so that's 3. It seems like I kind of inadvertently did 2 each.
I'm so bored. These games.
What was I doing? The 10. You know what? I could just quickly make a Wolfman. I don't think I did that the first time. Alright, so let's just go here. And I know how to make a Wolfman very decently. But hey, this will be nice practice anyway. Because I'm going to be making them a whole lot in the series. You're going to be like the main villain character. First things first, let's just do the nose first. Do this and that. Alright, so that's good. Now this guy has glowing yellow eyes. I'll forget how wolf ears look exactly. So I'll just add like those two for right now. Because I want to say it's triangular. Like something kind of like that and then that. I just don't feel like that's the case. It might be. I'll have to look into it later. You have like two sharp canine teeth on each jaw. Now, I used to have them relatively buff in my series, but changed them down to a more skinny size, which I think looks creepier, which is what I'm going for. And so I'm gonna draw the skinnier one. Oh man, that was interesting. Creating episode 9 for 18 minutes long. Fighting this way, Greek tunnels to fight werewolf after he defeats 15 titans. Snakes. I always heard of a movie. I'm feeling tired. But yeah, I always heard of this movie called Remember the Titans. And I've always wondered what that's about. Anyways, spent a whole bunch of time designing this ones. And I forget if they had 4 fingers or not, but this one's going to. I'll ever just wake up from a nice dream. You just get upset that it happened. I think that's a little too buff, but I'm not certain on that. Looking all the way to the part, even to episode 10. We're starting soon to see what happens to the next in the story. Sounds good. I got that there. I'm not gonna make him like all skin and bones like he usually is.
Our might shattered in an instant. The greatest minds of Amphibia bested by a girl so insignificant. It was the deep.
I don't really like how this leg turned out, so Let's put this here and this here. And that should ideally help. Change that to 7. He's still kind of buff, but way less buff than any of the werewolves that I used to draw. Suppose this one would be called like a lichen. I've been drawing a werewolf in a long time, so I need to remember what the color scheme I used was. Excuse me. I think I just used it to make it better. For example, I used the orange to make it better. Used gray only, I mean. Because the old ones had that on there, but I don't think the up-to-date one that I did. At like 9,000 subs. YouTube changed it, so now apparently I need 8,000 watch hours instead of just 4,000. Wasn't really quite close there, but apparently it's not gonna change like the goal of the lesser one, which is 3,000 watch time. That one I'm actually pretty near, so I could do that at least. And if by some miracle I can hit the 4,000 before February, then I can get grandfathered into the old ways and monetize that way, which is good. Alright, well anyways, this toe looks all kinds of messed up, so let's go set that to 4. Alright, now that I'm a bit more awake again, I can notice these things better. Yeah, like I said, it was even skinnier, but I think this one will do fine. I just feel like getting rid of that ear right there. Yeah, I think that ear being bigger is a lot better. Hey, Invasion. Sup, Matty True? Make it a werewolf. Alright, so, got this right here. Let's also add a bit of fur to him. And yeah, this is basically practice for the cryptids that I'm going to have in the Cryptic Adventures of Chloe and Caleb. If I can somehow, if it like manages to take off and like I can make a whole animated series of it. I already plotted out the entire series, so if anything I could just rework it into a comic and I could do it myself that way, because I primarily want to do it myself. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. I don't know too much about comics, but one thing I do know is they gotta be less expensive than animation. So, we're gonna just do that. Now, some lighter textures would be interesting. Now, normally I would just paint these white, and I fully intend to in the animation, but I'm gonna just have these be like this for now. But yeah, how are you doing today, Matty True? I was so busy today personally. Just got a bit of free time. And the circumstances were right, so I just went ahead and streamed. Alright, so we got this right here. So, have this going on right here. Alright, so I think that is pretty good like that. Like Malex, he's going to be like a very powerful he's going to have the same buff design, but gonna be jet black. Like, he's gonna be like much buffer. I don't feel like drawing all of that over again to show you the buff one, so I'm just gonna do a quick sketch of it. Alright, so this is the skinny one, as you can see here. Let's just do that. And here is the buff one. That's going to be like the main, one of the mains basically. So something kind of like that. I mean, I could make this one too if you like, because I really don't know if I'm gonna get too far with the animation. I'd like to though. But yeah, that's basically how it would look with an extremely rough sketch. Did both of them in just a minute. So yeah, that's basically how the buff one looks. Oh, let me make the arms just slightly bigger. And that's how the buff one looks, just overly buff. They don't work out either. They're like apes, just naturally buff. Alright, well anyways, moving on from that. Oh, let's actually add the glow to it. So, get rid of that, get this glow here. I do that, then I just erase that. As if it's like some kind of void. Alright, so that's good like that. I don't know why I clicked save. I feel like it's lagging a bunch right now. Alright, so let's actually go up. I could show y'all what I made so far. So I'm pretty sure the robot voice is active. And let me put this there. But I'm gonna use the bathroom, but like, please enjoy those dragons right there. I am back. And hopefully the robot voice is gone. Alright, so let me just see here. Oh, mouse is moving right. Scroll is moving right. Okay. So we have the dragon right here. The top one is the male dragon. It's capable of flight, and it usually spends most of its time in the skies. The bottom one is a female dragon. These are both the same species, but this female dragon spends most of the time in the ocean. You can see with its tail being more fin-like and its webbed feet stretching out to be more stretched. And its wings are also slightly smaller, where it wouldn't even be able to fly, but those are still useful propulsion systems. This here is the Mothman. Was thinking about like making him like this. Actually, I think I can... Let me just go back down to here, because I think that's just the glow here, which is good. So, let's yank at that. And yank this. So let me just do this. Just have that here. So let's just shrink that down to 5. Just so it's like a nice little amount of fur. In fact, let's put it back down to 3. Then let's actually put that up there so it's a little bit lighter. Why not? Just that. Wait, oh, that's true. Cartooning and animated movies. There's a ton of work. Comics and graphic novels and manga is work, but creating a storybook and taking time to finish it. Storyboarding seems like it can be done quickly depending on which boxes and storytelling the creator wants to add. Practicing animation moves on the boxes. Yeah, that's true. It does take a while, and I'm actually doing something I usually never did, which is storyboarding my animations, because it's going to take quite some time, and I guess I should probably like storyboard them first, so it just makes sense, I suppose. So I did scene 1 of my animated pilot. And I could have sworn I did storyboarded my teaser trailer, which is what I'm making with the Squonk. I could have sworn I did that, but apparently not. So I don't know. But anyways, what is it that I want to make now? Because I have the dragon here, got the Mothman, got the Wolfman, and I'm just not sure what I can do next. I already drew a Lizard Man in the last stream, and I'm also redrawing it for a new design of the Lizard Man. So while I decide, I'm just going to draw like a baby werewolf. Yeah, I don't know what cryptid I should make next. But yeah, I have a cuter version of this baby werewolf already made. There we go. That's done there. This is done here. Let's go here. So, let's see. I remember from that Arterton, I tried out like the Snallygash. There are all kinds of stuff like that. So it should be relatively fine there. Yeah, that's how a baby werewolf would look. Suppose I should try to find out what a baby version of these would look. But, So let's try that out. Since I don't really know what to make just yet, let's do a baby version of the dragon. Yeah, I haven't really looked at enough pictures of baby crocodiles. But, that's vaguely what I'm going for. Alright, so, let's have this. They should look relatively the same as babies. So let's just do that there. So that's good. Let's have the winds go kind of like this. Yeah, like when the baby dragons are young, they just walk on their wings too, since they can't fly yet. I think I made the lines a bit too thick, but that should be fine. I think the head was a tad too big. Even though the heads of baby animals are huge. But I'm gonna keep it like this instead. I was going to have them be kind of different slightly, but that wouldn't really be necessary because all of them, they are going to be like green, like all over. Nothing to display underneath. And then as they age, their scales will just darken to whichever color they're gonna be permanently. So we're gonna have them be this color, but like a little bit more green. So that they can like blend into the bushes and stuff. Because there is going to be like newborn dragons in this, possibly. Sup P Galaxy, welcome to the stream. So right now I'm making baby dragons. And I actually forgot I needed to do this here. I'm gonna do this in the tool brush. Alright, so I'm gonna have this here and this here. Alright, so let's have that. Yeah, I think this worked out better, like for the display and stuff. Alright, so all of this is looking great so far. Just trying to figure out what cryptid I should make next. I remember making the Chupacabra, I made Mothman, I made dragons now. I made the Loch Ness Monster, which is also a dragon. I made a werewolf. I remember making Sasquatch in the last stream that I haven't made into a video yet. But I think I can just go ahead and do that again because that would be neat. So then I could just like make everything into a nice little time lapse. That would be neat. All right, so. All right. Alright, so, yeah, what was I saying? What was I thinking? What was I doing? And what is it that must be done? Alright, so. Got 2 more spots here. Alright, I wish I had the thing that I had to, like, look at. Because I think, yeah, maybe a bird. Because I was thinking of making a bird, and that's one of the stories that I wasn't sure about. So I'm gonna just do that here. It's just a bird. There's not really much special about it. It's a thunderbird, so it's actually able to lift humans up relatively easily. So and I like the wind on the left a little bit more. Anyways. Okay, so let's have that there. And I remember it being like on a scale. This is like how big it was compared to a human. But yeah, this is basically a memory stream. I'm drawing everything from memory, not using any references or stuff like that. References are for professionals. I'm doing it for the fun of the game. Alright, so backstory for this one is it's as dark as thunder. This is Thunderbird. Dark as thunder. What kind of alright, so what I should say is as dark as like a thunder cloud. And it's actually able to like store like static that it gets from flying in clouds and uses it to just fire lightning at some other whatever unfortunate victim that it sees. Basically electrocuting it. And it's going to need a better tail for that. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Much like scraping your feet together on a carpet will make it more staticky. It gets that from its wings, stores it, and then just guides it from it with its tail. Now, this was going to be a dragon power, but I'm going to give it to this guy. This guy hunts down dragons.
Don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep smiling through, just like you.
Actually, let's do that in the layer 4.
Till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was screaming this song. We'll meet again. Don't know
I don't know how exactly it would go about doing this, but that's the power this guy's getting. Thunderbird. Alright, so.
From the bloody talk to casting magic with just some chalk. Oh, come on now, what is next day? Talking rock. In your journey you met good friends and a new pet. Wherever you may go, you fought a hive mind AI, a very angry old slime, and a talking Dorito.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming tonight to our show. We're glad we got to spend some time with you all, from the frogs to the demons and those witches at the back. Let's run that one more time, yeah? All right, folks.
So how about that?
So basically, it's gonna be like a giant crow.
The best for last. So we hope that you've enjoyed and had a blast. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Farewell, my good friends, thanks for the best of days. I hope we meet again sometime, someday. I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
It's a vulture raven. Yeah, in a way, it is. This cryptid is known as the Thunderbird. I forget the exact size of it, but all I know is it's fully capable of eating humans almost entirely whole. So that's why I made it that big. It's going to like only fly at nighttime, so I should actually make its eyes a little bit bigger. Its pupils, I mean. Alright, so got that right here. Alright, so let's just do that, and it should blend in nice and well to the black background. Alright, so that's good. Now let's just see how this would look black. So let's just do that there. And it would look neat in the night sky, where it should be relatively hard to see. And so this guy like purposefully dodges clouds unless he sees something like big enough where he feels it would be necessary to electrocute it. So that's what he does, does that, and boom, they're done. And unlike most birds, this guy is mostly active during the winter. Will probably be seen across America and various other places, flying to a different part of the planet just to get a little cooler. Alright, so I wonder if I should have him have like some of this here. I don't think it's necessary. I like the relatively bald look he has. Right, so what is the next thing to do? Right, I got so many cryptids there. Right, so within 3 hours, holy moly. Alright. I feel kind of ashamed that I only did that small amount. Then again, it's hard to like think of everything actively and do that. Because with the comics, I storyboarded and I got like 15 panels done, but that's because I wasn't really thinking about every single bit of it and plotting it. So I guess that's good. But the professionals, they do it much faster. But again, I ain't no professional. So I like the patterns there. I should have a pattern here. I think a pattern here would look pretty neat. So let's do that. I'm just gonna make it slightly lighter. Actually, let's lower that down a bit to just 40. Just make that have a slight line to it. And I think that line would be pretty neat. Let's add another one right here. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so Alright, so I really like how the dragons look, and I think I like how the female dragon looks more than the male one. Alright, so we have this here. Alright, if we were doing it to scale, the male dragon and the baby would be a lot smaller. Let me just do this since I have the undo button. Alright, so this would roughly be the size of the male dragon and the baby compared to the female dragon. As we can see, that is drastically smaller. I like how it has the shadow effect now. Sup, fisherman, welcome to the stream. This is basically the cryptids I'm drawing. Drew a dragon. It's just technically not a cryptid, but kinda is. I hear people talking about how they seen them all the time. Because technically a dinosaur is also a cryptid, because apparently there is a surviving T-Rex in the Congo, which is in Africa if I remember correctly. Which is odd. But it would be neat though. So we have this here too. Have a nice little werewolf going on here. We also have a thunderbird. We should probably label these. But these are big enough for like a comic page, at least. It's just going to be... what was it called? It wasn't exactly a wolf man, it was a dog man. So we're gonna do that there. Mont man. Dragon. Spell it with a D this time. Slash. Let's see. Yeah, people only see the female dragons since it's in the ocean, but they never really see the male ones. Alright, so if you're not drawn this guy yet, Cryptid Frogman from Loveland, Ohio. Alright, I'll draw that one. I remember drawing one like last time I did one of these, but I've gotten like better at drawing since then by just a little bit, so I'm gonna draw that again. Alright, there's a lot in this one, so let's do this. Actually, I could just do it and give it its own one here. So let's do this right here. Alright, so let's add a little bit right here. So right now I'm just adding like its nostrils and stuff. If I remember correctly, the frogman also had the yellow eyes, but so I'll still do that for him here too. To use like the extra lines that I mistake and just give it new life by making it more purposeful. Alright, so it works kind of. Want to add a little bit of like the ear tin frogs have. So let's just do this. Go here. By the way, I'm drawing all of this from like memory. If I remember correctly, they all had this wand that they had. Alright, let's have that little sack there so that they can throw. Alright, so let's do this just a little bit, this just a little bit. And yeah, I do remember drawing something similar, like a long time ago. Alright, let's actually have their limbs go out kind of like this. so let's have it look kind of like this. Also, they made a movie about frogmen. Yeah, I heard about that movie. I never saw it though. But like, I think they made the movie where the frogmen were like dangerous. To my knowledge, like with the real life encounter of them, they weren't really violent. They just had these like glowing wands to them, which is pretty neat. So it's like the frogs were like wizards. It's just kind of funny to me. So I'm just going to like give them their wand here. I was thinking maybe it could have been like a firefly or something similar to that. But yeah, alright, let me just correct his finger. Alright, the stuff keep on echoing to the side for me, which is odd. Alright, I switched the microphone a teeny bit. It just keeps on echoing in and out, so I'm just gonna lower that because I don't really care for that. Alright, so how do I still feel it? It's probably my ears or something, I don't know. You're a wizard frogman. Oh yeah. Or a frog version of Harry Potter. That would be so hilarious. There's Harry Potter and them with his little frog wizard self. I think in the accessories part, I'm going to just go ahead and just make this guy into a frog Harry Potter. Alright, so we got that and that. That should be good like so. Alright, let's add some yellow to it. Alright, so we have that here. I don't recall the frogs wearing clothes, so I'm going to have the frogs go just kind of like this. They're basically going to be naked magic frogs, which is also kind of funny in a way. Since these are frogs, I'm just going to give them relatively big legs. Like somewhat muscular, but still somewhat regular. So let's just do something like that. So we have this here. I know a lot about cryptids. That is great. And then you could probably like help me, like tell me like more of what to draw. Once I'm done with this guy. And I don't know what it is with frogs, but I always like how they look as tree frogs. So I'm gonna just do that. Even though I think their eyes were yellow, I'll just change it into an orange because I like that. Because I just know like a vague amount of the cryptid stuff. So let's just do that. Change this to a green, kind of like so. There we go. And then I'm just gonna make this part light. Alright, so that's good there. Let's make this one a tad darker. Gonna do that with light here, this here. Alright, so alright, I could finally hear through the microphone now, which is great. Alright, so let's do that, and then I'm going to just make this guy into Harry Potter. And so here we have the Frogman. I don't know if I'll just add like a slight amount of words. If I remember correctly, toads are the ones with words, not the frogs, but I'm not sure if the Frogmen had it or not. So I'll just add a small amount of words. Could give you another cryptid idea to draw the Ensfield monster. You might have to get a reference. Yeah, I definitely do for that one. Alright, so let me just do like a little 10 here to reference Harry Potter. Alright, so let's change this to circular. And just do this around right here. I'm actually going to change the color so it's a little more visible. The glasses. Alright, so let me just do that here. So we have that. We're gonna have like a slightly reddish scar to him right here, because he doesn't really have a forehead. Then let's just give him a little scarf. Little Hogwarts scarf or something. Alright, that would just be a little bit much, but hey, that's fine. Alright, so let's do that and that. Now, this is like from memory too. I just remember them having similar colors. I'm not sure if they had scarves. I'm pretty sure that they did, but not certain. Alright, so let's just shrink that down to there. Alright, good. Nice little Harry Potter frog. Alright, so Ensfield monster. Alright, let's go and look that up real quick, so that I can like find it all nice and proper. Alright, so Ensfield monster. I am off to Google. Google is loading something fierce. Goodness gracious. Alright, finally it's loaded. Alright, so now I can type in. Took that long just to open the page. Alright, Ensfield monster. Okay. Great Scott. That is horrifying. I like it. Alright, so let me actually read the description of it first. Alright, so it's a famous American cryptid sighted in Illinois, 1973. Primarily witnessed on... I don't need to see that part. Let me see. It's scratching at the door, open and fired shots. A three-legged entity. Can run quickly, so we can add some hind legs to it. Massive distances and a few leaps. Oh, kind of like a kangaroo. Alright. Spotted claw marks and six-toed footprints. Six-toed footprints. Okay, that's gonna be a hard one. Alright, cool. Alright, so six-toed footprints. Let's go ahead and go to images. Alright. So those are some crazy looking guys. I like it. Alright, so let's go with this one. Alright, so Frogman had warts, yeah. Since it's a Frogman, he doesn't go to Hogwarts, he goes to Toadwarts. Alright, well, let's just go ahead and do this guy. I should search up like more traits on it, but it seems like it's a more dangerous creature. Actually, yeah, let's look up some more traits on it first. Description. Alright, and let's go to all. Alright, so gray, hairy, humanoid, somewhat, 3 legs, 2 short arms, big glowing pink or red eyes, the size of flashlights. What? Right, on slippery or slimy gray skin. Alright, so that is good. Actually, I'm going to keep it looking like that so that I can see it better. Just reading this description would just do it wonders for me. Alright, so let's do that. Alright, so I'm going to have it share the same spot. Actually, there's a lot of room. The Frogman is not too big, so I'm just going to move it here. I can't remember if I gave the other Frogman a 10 too. I'm going to just fuse that one with it. So, let's just fuse that, copy that, unfuse. So, like, go back to it. And then I'm just going to go to Cryptids and place this here. Alright, excellent. Alright, so let's go ahead and start drawing this man. So, let's do something kind of like this. So what I'm thinking of, since it's a 3-legged creature, let's have its eyes go kind of like this. I kind of wanted this to be like kind of like sharp teeth, but that doesn't look quite like that. Let's have like the top of his head look kind of like a helmet in a way. You know, I really ought to like start at like the part where it's known for, which is its 3 legs. Right, so I just feel like doing that part at least. Alright, so short gray humanoid. Alright, so 3 legs. It doesn't really say anything about the head, but it does say slippery or slimy gray skin. So just going to do it kind of like this. Like, since it's fast, I'm thinking like some kind of aerodynamic creature. So let's do something kind of like that and like that. Let's increase the brush size so that I can erase it. Alright, back to tree we go. But yeah, thank you for the suggestion, Fisherman. This guy already seems like it's going to be a pretty darn cool creature. Alright, so let me actually, since this guy is already up there, let me just move him over. So let's just get rid of that part and just move him over to here. Alright, so I'm thinking somewhat of a sleek design. So, oh, my toes. Okay. Alright, I mean, if you need my help, what cryptids to draw? Yeah, I do. Like, most of the cryptids here, like including the Frogman, I plan on having them in an animated series that I'm making called The Cryptic Adventures of Chloe and Caleb, where the world ended, they're the last two humans on Earth, and all of these cryptids come out and they're just basically documenting them. But like, they don't really see Chloe doesn't really see much of a point in documenting them since they are the last humans after all. But Caleb, he still feels better. It gives him purpose documenting them. So that's what he does, basically. Alright, so I'm actually going to do a little bit more of the body. So let's have it lean forward just a bit. The six-toed tin is crazy to me, but six-toed footprints, let's just do that. And so let's do this. Like the frog cartoon character in my Pancake Man cartoon series homework. Still about to get to chapter 4, aka episode 4. Mostly create food talking characters. Alright, that's neat. Alright, so I gotta try to make it look pretty similar to the other side. I can't remember for sure, but I think some lizards, they have like hands similar to this. Or feet, I should say. Alright, so I think I erased one too much. Alright, so I decided to have it displayed like this too. And I think this way could work as well. So let me just go ahead and do it like so. Then like so. And I think that's a good way of displaying like it has 6 fingers. That's so many digits. It has a lot of jumping power, at least from what I can say. When it comes out, I'm watching it. Thank you, Fisherman. Alright, so let's see. Wait, how is it hairy and slimy? I just realized that. I wonder if it's the AI overview that's mixing up mistakes. There's 3 legs used to bound in huge fast leaps. 2 very short arms protruding from the chest. Alright. Alright, so I could jump like 50 feet. Alright, and hunched. Luckily I drew it hunched already. So let's do that. Alright, I may have made these arms a little bit too big, at least in comparison. Alright, so let's do that here. Alright, so we have 6 here. Alright, so that's good like so. Then I could just do that like that. Which is good. Alright, so that is good like that. Alright, let's put this here. Alright, I already read that one, so that is good. I feel like this guy should probably have big hips. The most I can do for him is give him some real big legs. At least with these parts here. I was going to give him a tail. It doesn't say anything about a tail, so he's just gonna get that. Alright, so the way he can be furry and slippery is I can probably just go ahead and just have like fur patches on him. Alright, so let me just go ahead and expand this out. Hello, sup, Psych Ward. Welcome to the stream. And so right now I'm drawing this. Let me erase some of this to like make it like that. Alright, there we go. Excuse me. Alright, so have this. I'm drawing all kinds of cryptids after that. Could draw after the Enfield monster, draw Cthulhu. Oh, now that is neat. Alright, so. Alright, so, yeah, I'm liking what's going on here so far. Alright, so, alright, let's do this one first. All right, let me see. I think the legs, these hands are nice and fine. I'm going to just give him just these. He has six fingers on each arm already. So I think I'm just gonna give him these little ones, like his T-Rex arms. And my words were not coming out very well. Alright, so let's give him like a slight hunchback to like just pronounce the hunch just a little bit more. And but yeah, I'll draw that after. Alright, so let's see, 4 to 5 feet tall, robust, with a hunched, robust, stumpy body. He's short, he's not that stumpy, but I think he looks better this way. Alright, maybe he should have like bigger legs though. It's kind of looking like, you know, the Jurassic Park movie where the dinosaurs are getting this look. It could be a dinosaur from that movie and the Enfield monster. And your design on is cool. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I do agree he does have like dinosaur vibes, and that is like kind of like what I was going for. But yeah, I think it's neat. So I haven't really heard of the Enfield monster before. I don't think I have anyway. I heard of like a 3-legged creature, but I wasn't sure if it was that creature or not. Alright, so I made the legs just slightly bigger, like thicker, not longer. But let me just do that real quick. And I wonder if I can like plan out a story involving this guy. Because I already plotted out the entire story. I just don't know if I would be able to make it on my own. Alright, so we have this here. In fact, the whole reason why I pitched like a similar version of it to Nickelodeon was because of that. But I changed around a whole bunch of stuff and changed the name, so we're good now. Alright. Anywho, Jurassic Park Rebirth. Oh my. Alright, so we have this here. Let me... Oh my, what the heck did I do? Alright, here we are. Actually, alright, 3 short arms protruding from the chest, short body, got it. Alright, large glowing eyes. I don't know if those are big enough, because those are just large for my art style. Like, I could make it kind of like this big. Like something like that. Kind of like how the other looked. This part looked better, so I'll just leave it like that. Alright, covered in grayish hair or a slick slimy skin. Alright, but I want to see how that would look with hair anyways. So even though this was meant to be like a creature that's not hairy, to see how it would look with it anyway. So let's just have something kind of like that. Alright, I think that could probably work. Alright, so let's make its eyes pink, because every single eye is either glowing red or glowing yellow. This guy finally have some odd eyes, so he's gonna get some pink eyes. Oh, I see the issue now. Okay. Alright, so that's good. Oh, there's another thing to read. Score your created in episode 36. This was started the series and continued it for a long time. Okay. So let's see here. Oh, what the F? Alright, I didn't know you could do that with a phone. Alright, anyways. And dust gray outer layer. Alright, so let's do the colors for him. Because I think I basically got everything I wanted to right here. May add like more muscles or whatever, but should seem fine for right now. So dust gray is kind of like this color in a way, maybe a tad darker. All right, so something kind of like that. All right, so you're gonna have that to be it, and you're gonna have slightly gray here, and that should be relatively it for that. And then we could go to Cthulhu. I assume it's the Cthulhu that I know of, but it's probably a different one, so I'll still look it up anyway. Alright, so let's just do that here and this here. Alright, don't know if it's being heard or not, but hopefully it is. The music. Alright, so let's actually make this ever so slightly darker. Just to separate it a tad. This is cool. I can't wait to look when you put it all together in a full saga series. Yep. It will take a long time, but hopefully one day. Alright, so let's add some gray here. Excuse me. Yeah. That was gross. Alright, so I have this here. This here. Let's also make it have some white for its teeth. Then basically it is complete. So what I'm thinking of is, if I do like add this one into the series, Chloe and Caleb could be finding like all kinds of flattened animals because this guy's stepping on them, then it just eats them. The two humans explore the abandoned town of Ensfield and then they stumble upon the Ensfield monster. Yeah, that's a good idea for it too. Like, I was weighing if I should like have them like be traveling, or if they would just be like within their own town and like the cryptids come to them. But it would be neat, like just having them discover like all of these flattened animals and thinking like, hey, it's roadkill, so it might be some other human, so they follow it and then they come across this monstrous creature. So yeah, I think that would be kind of neat. So I'm just gonna add like these lines here, so it's kind of like just making it a little bit more muscular. Alright, that should help make it like a teeny bit more muscular, but not much. Alright, so I should actually have the name right here so I don't forget. Because I like the pink more than the red with it, because so many of the creatures have red, and that's just gets to a point, you know? Alright, so Ensfield monster. Alright, so yeah, this is a fun time. Excuse me. Alright, so I think I'm gonna move these cryptids up a little bit. So let's go here. Alright, so, and then let's just grab this too. Alright, just making some more space so that more stuff can be drawn. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that other monster. Let's go to the next layer, layer 4. Just put that right here. Alright, so that's good for right now. Let's go to Cryptids and get this guy. Alright, so that's good. Alright, now let's go ahead and go to here. Excuse me. Alright, so let's look up Cthulhu. Even though I think I know that monster, like how it looks, but let's do that. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I like your spelling of like Cthulhu better because the other one, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like the way that Lovecraft spelled it. Like your one actually sounds like an actual word rather than this one. Like I've never heard of a C in front of a T immediately. But anyways. Alright, maybe alright, I already saw that one. Alright, so but yeah, I got the idea of that one, so I can actually afford to do that one basically from memory. I don't really need to look at this reference permanently. But yeah, I don't think like they're gonna see Cthulhu in the series, but hey, maybe. But yeah, so we got that. I never really see this guy's feet, so I'll look it up. Yeah, this man's feet is dang near non-existent. But let's draw his mouth and stuff. Alright, so Cthulhu is next. Alright, so let's do this. First things first, let's do the tentacles first. Alright, so for those of you that don't know, Cthulhu is like a really popular Lovecraftian entity. Part of, like, I think the old gods or something like that. Not like one of the actual old gods, but like one from the stories of Lovecraft. So something kind of like that, where they are just always watching. You can go crazy just from looking at them. Kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. For my fairy comic book that I'm making, I actually made the first issue of it. But for the fairy comic book that I'm making, like, humans are basically going to be Lovecraftian entities. Because they are, like, just so much bigger and stronger than the fairies can fathom. Because most fairies, they spend their time living inside of the city, not really exploring outside. I think I'm going to give him regular squid eyes, because that would be neat. That reminds me, I really ought to try again with making that game. Because I actually tried making a game where you transform into stuff and kills people. But, I like the idea of the game, I just can't execute it very well. Alright, so. But yeah, there's like a whole bunch of tentacles. More than usual. This guy, he's gonna have wings too. Let's have something kind of like this. Just wanted that on him. Flatwoods creature. I don't think I've drawn that one yet. It's like ever. I have drawn Cthulhu once, but it wasn't for a live stream. I just did it on my own time. And this guy, he just doesn't have legs, so I'm just gonna give him some regular old monster legs. Reminds me, have you seen like that animated pilot Run Monster Run? It is so good. It is like an awesome pilot, so if anyone haven't seen that one, they really ought to check it out. I think I'll just do that with like 2 wins this time. 2 appendages. My favorite character from the pilot is Zappy. Oh, you saw the pilot too? That's cool. I can't remember their names, but my favorite character is like the Godzilla monster. Based on the name you said, I assume that's your name because he has the lightning powers. I'm not really good with names. Alright, so we have this here. Let's make these slightly this color. Alright, so we have all of this here. Let's just make these a different color. It may not be accurate to the story, but it's good. I would like blend these a bit more, but I think that's fine as it is. Let's go ahead and add the color back to here. Just to basically have a slight amount of contrast would be helpful in the long run. What about a Wendigo as well? Yeah, that one is actually going to be in the series. Alright, so we got this and that, this and this and that. Alright, so let's also try to make one of those a Wendigo. So let's actually have this go here. This Cthulhu doesn't look anywhere near as cool as other ones do, but it's a decent enough one. Let's just add some spots here. Thought it was gonna be slightly darker, but that's fine. Just gonna let it be. I'm also gonna have some here. Alright, so just a little something. And then let's add some slightly darker ones too, along with it. Just some that folks would see better. And I think that is good for now. Alright, so those speckles just pull it together a whole bunch. Alright, so I think I want to do a Wendigo. That'll be neat. Ow, my neck. Alright, so let me see here. Alright, that's a lot of stuff right here, so I think I'm going to delete this one. It looks neat, but you gotta clear some stuff out. I suppose I could just make another layer, so alright, you can stay for now. And let's just make a secondary layer. So let's go here. Cryptids 2. Then I could just hide Cryptids 1. But let's do a quick cover of what I made so far. Dragons / the Loch Ness Monster. They're both the same species. Top one is the male. Bottom one's the female one. We got the Mothman, 2 different versions. Got the Dogman, which is kind of like a werewolf. The Thunderbird, kind of looks like a raven, but it's giant. We got the Frogman, and we got the Enfield Monster, which is a really, really good one. I think it might be my favorite one. Like either that or the female dragon. And lastly, we have Cthulhu. So let's have like a nice little version of this here. We have a lot of like extra display stuff here. So let's name this Cryptid Extras 1. And then just put it here and erase it. Then I could put layer 5 here. Right, anyways, that's good there. And let's do this. Should also do the Flatwoods Monster creature. Alright, which one would you like to see first? Like the Flatwoods Monster or the Wendigo? Alright, let me set that brush back down to tray. I'll do both of them though if there's time. There should be. Alright, so let me go ahead and do that. Oh, you mentioned the Flatwoods Monster twice, so I'll just do that one first. I remember seeing that in a Fallout 76 playthrough. I almost searched Fallout, did not mean to do that. Flatwood. Here we are. A little monster thing. But yeah, now that is a cryptid, most certainly. So let's do that. And it's drastically tall. Alright, tall monster. Okay, so let's go here. I know how it looks, so we're gonna just go ahead and begin. So let's do something kind of like this and like this. Forgot to make the other guy shiny. That's fine like that. Forgot to make the 3-legged guy shiny. Now, even though this one doesn't have a mount, actually, no, I have an idea to make it scary. Flats, alright. And so from what I'm thinking is, you know how there's how stuff like gets attracted to light and stuff? I was thinking like having this be kind of like an anglerfish where the whole head part is kind of like the attracting device thing. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Alright, so let's do this here. And so these guys like have really long hands. You know who should be the main villain of your series? Cthulhu. Probably. Like maybe in a season 2 or something. I already plotted out most of the series. Alright, so. Got that right here. But the series was gonna be like season 1. I only decided to plot out that much. For season 2, that could be an interesting way to go. Because with the way the humans all like died off and disappeared, that could be an interesting way to go about it. That reminds me of that new movie, The Last House. That movie, I liked it at first, and then the ending and the middle, it just made less and less sense, and it just seemed dumb. So, spoiler warning, but, like, the world, everyone was locked inside of their house from water, and the water was made by these aliens that were hidden inside of the earth, and they looked just like Cthulhu, and they could just control water. And for some reason, they were good, so they let the family live for dropping a knife. I don't know what all of that's about, but... Heard a loud sound. Don't know what that's about either. And hopefully it's fine. Let me see. But I'm gonna go check out what that was. Might be an issue, so I'm gonna just be right back. Alright, I'm back. Everything seems to be safe. Alright, so here we are. I've read there for Encrypted. You know, all the humans died of in your series. What if Warren Spirit still lays in a bunny costume, the Bunny Man? Yeah, that could be interesting too. So, like, this guy, he kind of has, like, a stretchy little bit to him. Like, with the monsters in my series, I like them to be somewhat, like, biological. There is gonna be spirits and stuff in it, like, in my series, to an extent. I do plan on, like, having ghosts and stuff, and there's going to be some stuff that involves souls where it's going to have to, like, extract one of them. But it should be... I don't even know how it's gonna work there. So, like, this is basically how the Flatwoods monsters look. Saw Brothers. And some kind of fighting stuff. Alright. Alright, I've been streaming for like 4 hours. My goodness. And so we have this here. I don't know how I could go about making like a biological version of it. So I'm gonna just do that. Let me just look at the description, because the pictures, they have a lot of liberties to it. A 10-foot tall, spade, over 10, a round glowing face. Oh, glowing face, not glowing eyes, okay. Face. Here's greenish/orange eyes. And a pleated metallic skirt. Alright, so the face is red. Alright. I was wondering why that was. Alright, so the face is red and it glows. And then the head. Not red or pulsating red face. Non-human eyes that emitted a bright, glowing green-orange light. Alright, so blood red face. Is the face glowing or... Alright, we're gonna make the eyes glow for the sake of easiness. But we have green eyes, so that's something inverted, which is neat. Alright, so that is good. I got that going at least. Let's also go up to this layer 6. Lower the opacity. And go here. Alright, so that's good. Go here. Raise this back up. Alright, so the skirt is metallic. What is arms are pedestrian, small, stubby, car-like arms. Well, it's gonna stay like this. Alright, so anyways, so we're gonna just go here. And let's make this all metallic, apparently. So let's do that. So we're gonna do this with the metal. This here is gonna be kind of dark. So we're gonna go kind of like so, like so. Alright, so let's go back to here. I have an idea for... Wait a second. Is this right? Alright, do you think you will add the Enfield monster in your series? I might. I'm going to like work out and see if I can have like a nice little... I'm gonna have like a storyboard for the episode on how I would want it to go. Because I think maybe... Oh, that could work. Maybe I could pair it with like a Chupacabra episode that I had. Like they find some mutilated bodies with the bodies like sucked out of them. And then they find also flattened bodies. And then they could just find the two of them fighting. I think that could be interesting. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright, so have this here. Alright, so let's actually make this... Let's make this really black. Let's make this kind of like so. I could blur it, but I'm not going to do all of that. So this should ideally make a nice little, like, metallic enough texture to it. Alright. Let's see where it went badly. Add this right here. And sometimes the keys don't function. Alright, but anyways. But yeah, I might put it in there. I can't make any promises, but there is a... But I will definitely make it fit, because it's going to be kind of like a somewhat hybrid. It's going to be kind of like the first season of Amphibia, where it's episodic, but it still has this overarching narrative. So that's basically what I'm trying to go for. Alright, so we have that there. Let's try to make it a bunch lighter right here. Alright, so let's do it kind of like here and just see how that would look. Alright. It's not really too metallic, but it's like metallic enough. It's metallic adjacent. Alright, so... Oh my gosh. You know what, I'm not undoing that to redraw that again. I'm just gonna erase this part. Boom. Here we go. Alright, let's just have this have a similar look to it too. Like that's it in like a real dark display. Alright, so we have all of that going on right here. Alright, let's see, what can I do here? I was thinking about like making this one biological. But I do have an idea of like an alien just popping up in the series. So, who knows? Maybe it would be this guy. I don't know for sure though. But who knows? Maybe. So, let's see. Alright, next was the Wendigo. So, let's do that. I was gonna try and like make a biological type of version of it, but yeah, I'm not even sure how I can go about doing that while making it look similar. Alright, so let's go ahead and just move it all the way down to here for the Wendigo. It could go in like the same spot. Now I'm trying to decide if I would have like a deer skull or not. I think I would probably want it to have like a human or like a human-like face. Since it's a human-like face, I should probably give it one. And I want to have it somewhat starving, so we're gonna have it go like that. So something like this. Nostrils a bit big, so let me just undo that. Alright, so let me just erase some of this. Well, I'm just gonna erase that part. But yeah, I should practice doing this one because this Wendigo, it is going to be in the series. This one is, so yeah. I already plotted out for Wendigos to be in there. So we're gonna have this. Gonna have this. Alright, so have this going about here. So let's have this be top jaw. But I may have to stop relatively soon. Not anytime soon, no. But yeah, this is all about experimentation. You know what? I wonder if I should have like tried to draw like an authentic Wendigo first instead of drawing my own spin on it. I'm already here, so let's go ahead and just do my own spin first. Then I could do an authentic one after. Alright, so let's just do this right now. Almost forgot about the Skinwalker. Oh, I actually have that one in the thumbnail. I decided to like make the Skinwalkers into like an terrestrial octopus. Because since those can transform their body into anything, I figured they would probably look similar to an octopus in their normal form. Alright, so we have the skull right here, which has the eyes. Alright, so let's have the horns go kind of like this. Now, the Wendigos, they basically happen when humans become cannibals. So, all Wendigos, to my knowledge at least, used to be human. So it is like a neat little way of doing something like that. Also the rake as well. Alright. Alright, so let's undo this part. Alright, so I was thinking about like making it so that like the bottom jar is kind of like this, where it's kind of like ribs and stuff coming out, like parts of the rib cage just doing this. I think that could be interesting, so I'm going to at least like try it out. But yeah, I may not have too much time left, but I'm going to do what I can right now. So let's do this. And this. Just a little bit, something right here. Alright, so we have this here. What is that? What's up, digital? Welcome to the stream. Right now, I'm drawing a Wendigo. But it's not like the regular Wendigo, it's just my take on it. I'm experimenting on like how I want the design to look, too. So that's basically what I'm trying to do, at least. So I'm gonna have that go here. Teats like grew all the way from the neck while the ribs just popped out. Our Wendigos, they are just constantly here doing something like this. They feed on flesh. They feed on everything. Yep. This guy, he's basically, if a human turns into a Wendigo and they don't get put down soon, they basically eat the entire world, because Wendigos, they starve constantly. And for each time they starve, they grow. And with this growth, in my version, I want to just see how it looks first, but I want to see if I can set it on fire, basically. But I don't know if that would work, because I think that would be a better way to like cleanse it. So how would it like just have fire now? So let's just do something kind of like that. Have the bones here. Do something where just a tear right here in the stomach. Alright, so we have this going on here. They are compelled to cannibalize. They sure are. So we have the ribs here. I was thinking about having the ribs also on top, but I don't think that's necessary. So just gonna have this here and this here. Going to have like another set of bones here. I don't think I'm gonna have like the pelvis necessarily. So let's have the mount go kind of like here to extend. Doing like a whole bunch of line work right here. Alright, so we have this. Let's just do the arm going down. Alright, right there should do it. Let's go down to here. And here. Alright, and I've actually thought about making the arms even longer, but for now, this should be fine. Alright, so let's have some claws on it. But yeah, I want it to be somewhat in here. This should be a quick cryptid to draw, the Fresno night crawlers. Yeah, I actually know that one. It should be really easy, so I can draw that one. Alright, so those ones are basically like pants for those of you that don't know. It's kind of like a funny cryptid. I actually thought about having those ones in my comic book series that involves fairies. Or the Fresno night crawlers are actually pants, but they're piloted by fairies and stuff. Alright, so let's just have shorts be here and here, since they're just always growing. So let's do that. I remember getting something recommended to me, and that was to like draw. Next time I'm drawing something on hind legs, like they actually stand on their toes. And I never really forgot that advice. So yeah, that was good that they said that to me. Alright, so we have most of that done. Alright, I'm just wondering, I think that should be good. But yeah, that's basically the idea of it. If you don't right click, it just goes to primary. Alright, well that's fine. Let's just make it kind of like an elk color. Alright, so let's just do something kind of like this. Like that. Actually, let's make it more red. Because I think having it like somewhat flesh colored would be neat. Alright, so that's good. Let's get that for white. Alright, so let's just have like patches of bone right here. That'd be good. Let's have this, but like have it sunken in more. And let's give the eyes a slight yellow tint to make it seem more mythical and stuff. And let's have some skin right here. So let's do that. Let's have some of the patches of the original hair be here too. So let's do something kind of like that, but a little bit more brown. So let's just do just some hair patches here and there. And so something kind of like this. Now, I need to find an extremely simplified version of this, because since I do plan on having this in the series, I gotta animate it. Can you imagine drawing this 12 times for one frame? No way, Jose. So, yeah, I'm just doing this for like a rough draft, and the rough draft is the more complicated draft. Then I could try and see if I can simplify it and see what I can do from there. Alright, so let's do that like so. Let's have the ribs go out like this. Alright, so let's have those tins right here. Right here, and right here. There we go. Alright, so we have this here, and I could have like a different kind of red here too. Alright, so I think I'm going to have a whole bunch of like flesh going on and about. But yeah, I already have the scene in my head for when this guy just randomly pops up. It's just gonna be wild. Right. May as well just add it here too. Let's just do that, this, and this. Alright, so have this going on here. It appears my microphone turned off. Alright, so we might have to be a little bit more specific on the creepypasta, but welcome to the stream, Cookie. And I will add a bit of the blood when they go. That should be a sign that it's nearly time to end this. Right, so let's just have some blood seep between like just about every one of the ribcage teeth. Then just have some just flow kind of like that. Right, so then I'm gonna have some like on the tooth itself. Right, that's a missed opportunity right there. So let's just do that and this here. Change it back to black. Put this here. So in a way, it's kind of like his whole skull just folded and contorted into that. Not skull, but like skeleton. You know what I mean. Alright, so something kind of like this. I used to make so many violent animations back in the day, by the way. I can remember making an animation of someone being burnt alive. Another one, exploding. Another one where all of his limbs like just ripped apart and then it turned into a different kind of organism. In fact, that was what I did mostly. Alright, so let's go ahead and just switch it to tools. Just have it be kind of like this. Is it going to be a horror action-packed series similar to Devilman or Violence Jack Over? It's going to basically be two folks just documenting the end of the world and what the rest of humanity missed when they died. It's going to be somewhat horror, but it's going to be basically, think of it like a nature documentary, but like the person that's recording it is also in the nature. So if something dangerous happens and it notices them, they're basically screwed. So that's basically the vibe that I'm going for that one. But there's going to be a whole bunch of scary cryptid monsters too. But yeah, that's basically the vibe, what I'm going for. And I feel like I probably captured a little bit of that in the shorts that I'm making. I may have to do that again though. Like just add a little something onto the side. Or at the end. Alright, so yeah, it looks a lot better with that now. And you can't even be certain that it's someone else's blood or his own. And I kind of like that. So let's just have something like here and here. Just so that he even rips them apart like that. So just little happy little flecks of blood right here. Alright, so we have this. You know what you should add to your series? The Wendigo eating a dead body of a human's face off. Yeah, that will definitely be in there. Alright, so we have this here. I'm not really hearing any music. I'm not seeing the bar go up. I can still hear the music, but I'm not really hearing it, so I don't know. Alright, so let's just have the lines connect here. So that's good like that. Let's get this antler looking horn. Antler looking collar. Then let's just have like a pool of blood out of the eyes, just in a nice little crying fashion. Okay, so that's good. So in this series, will there be gore? Oh, there will be lots of gore. There will be animal gore, human gore, all of it. But yeah, it's not going. I'm going to try to not make it anywhere near as excessive as I used to make gore, because I want folks to like focus on the story. So I'm adding these lines to like simulate more and make it like more flesh-like. Like I said, I'm not gonna make it look anywhere near like this in the animation, because that's gonna take too damn long to animate. Maybe if I had like VisiPop's budget, and that's a big if. But yeah. Right, so got all of this like flesh going on and about here. Yeah, but there's gonna be a lot of it in this. Alright, 4 folk, 5 folk. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so I like how I made it just like have a whole bunch of nice little bits of flesh right here just leaking. Alright, so that's an interesting idea for it. But I think I may go with like something more generic for the most part. Even though I do like it. Let's go here and get rid of all of that. Just add a slight glow to this. Just enough so it's somewhat noticeable. Alright, there we go. So now there's just a whole bunch of... There's a nice glow to it. The hair and skin's falling off. Ribs being used elsewhere. Alright, so I think that's looking good. Alright. Alright, just 4 folks on now. And I'm already feeling pretty tired, so I think I'll probably end it here. The idea for gore. To add the Enfield's monster, maybe you could use his legs to beat up an animal to death and rip it to pieces, then eat the intestines of the animal. Yeah, that's what I was like thinking, to like have it. Just like completely like flatten animals and eating them. And that would be like a good way where the main characters could figure out how they can kill it, because it's going after them now. Or at least like knows of their existence. Excuse me. Alright, so here we have the Flatwoods monster and the Wendigo. I think I can make this like more simpler and a little bit better maybe. Because right now I can't even identify the person. I think I want the person to still be recognizable. Excuse me, I don't know how I can go about doing that. Doing my sketches with backgrounds. Put it on a timer, 20 to 15 minutes to do my homework overs. Okay. Alright, so let's do the Fresno Nightcrawler real quick. I'm gonna keep the line this thick just cause it's the Fresno Nightcrawler. So just gonna have it go kinda like this, then like this. And they're basically pants, but I feel like they should have eyes to them at least. Yeah, that's basically them little ghost blobs. Kinda cute. I don't know if they're dangerous or anything, but I'll just do one more here. This one kinda ended up looking like a tooth. Oh yeah, and could you do the recap of all the work you've done? Sure can. Oh, now there's 10 folks here. Alright. I'll try to keep it going then. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so let's see. What shall I do next? Now that we have this here, let's just do that recap for right now then. Oh, actually I have to end it anyway. Alright, but let's do the recap real quick. So let's just do this now since it's available. We have the Fresno Night Crawler, which is these bags. Basically bag pants people. They're really cute, and alright, I'm just gonna let Bill talk, but I'm not gonna stop talking. This is the Wendigo. I really like how this one looks, and I really like how haunting the eyes look. Alright, I was gonna let him talk, but he's talking too loud. Alright, so anyways, I really like how these how haunting these look. It looks really nice to me. They also have the Flatswoods monster, where I'm not sure how I can make a biological version of this, but it could be an interesting, like, for maybe a drone or something. And metal texture looks like it could work. Like I said, I could just blur it and it would work out pretty fine. It's just that I just didn't feel like doing it yet. But let me just show you how it would look anyway. So where's the blurs? Gaussian. See, and just blurring it like so. And that makes the texture look way more metallic. In fact, I probably should have made the light part look like that. But anyways, it should have made the light part bigger. Anyways, let's get rid of that because I actually have to end it. I would keep going, but don't have the time necessarily. Alright, so we have the Dragon Nessie. The Dragon Nessie, these are both the same species, but they are sexually dimorphic, meaning they come in like two, the males and females look different. So I can't recall if humans are that way. I think they are, but don't quote me on it, because I think they have to have like a significant change, but I digress. So the males, they are capable of flight and they regularly leave the ocean. I think the Fresno Nightcrawler could be the most friendly one. Oh, definitely. Alright, but anyways, the male ones, they often leave the lake or ocean to go and find food, and whenever they have young to feed, they also feed the young as well as the mother. And this is the female one. They are often found in lakes or oceans. Not found by human, but like found by unlucky humans, because they usually get eaten soon after. So they have this, and I think this is my favorite one personally. Alright, and we also have the Mothman. I have two different versions of them. I did not add the wings to this version, but pretend this version has wings. Alright, so and we also have the Dogman. This one is going to be the most prevalent one in my series. So yeah, that's gonna be how they look. I'm gonna try to like see if I can have different variations of how they look, like different looks, but here and there. This is the Thunderbird. This one is iffy. I might have it, might not. This one is definitely going to be in the series too. This one's going to be like attacking some fairies, so that's gonna be neat. The Enfield monster, it might be in there, but it looks so cool, so I'll definitely likely have it in there. And this is Cthulhu. And that is like all of the stuff I made today. So if you enjoyed this, please like the stream and share this with your friends. Comment down below. I'm just saying words now at this point. Anyways, but what you definitely need to do is subscribe, because I do these randomly. So you could catch one of these live, or you can catch these afterwards after everything is said and done. But hey, you have a chance to affect it if you catch this live, so don't miss it. And until next time, this is